Samuel did
But
a
you would have noticed that after Vanessa spoke, everybody would have seen what she said, so it would have been much easier. So persons after Vanessa would have had the advantage. And I saw Linton and Samuel looking at the screen, so teacher.
Okay. Now, depending on your cognitive level of development, all of this skill, your memorization, your ability to memorize facts or memorize details and in sequence is something that you are able to develop. And today's lesson will continue on how biological development and how your cognitive development is affected, but it's psychologically. You know, you teach children several different skills at various levels, and that might be one way of teaching children to memorize facts. Is memorization learning? Hmm? What did you learn from that exercise? And that was just an icebreaker, right? So let's go into the lesson. We might come back to an activity like this for learning or teaching children to learn the sequence of doing something. And at what age do you use such activities? Are you aware of any such activities that you would want to do with children, or do people do these things with you? Do you learn how to take the bus in these things? So last class we did we started to look at, are you seeing my screen? The characteristics of good teachers, and where we reached was development. So we started talking about development, and this is where we should start, because development affects learning. And as a teacher, we need to know what this here. We need to know how, thanks. We need to know how development affects learning. And as a science teacher, the role that development will play in what we teach our students at what grade levels. And the syllabuses that we use in the different courses. What should we teach children at different age levels? So learning focuses on the brain, hence we associate learning with cognitive development. And we should go on to define cognitive development. But before we define cognitive development, let us define development. Development is a pattern of biological, cognitive, and socio-emotional changes that begins at conception and continues through the lifespan. Most development involves growth and eventually ends in decay or death. Biological development involves changes in the body. We all know that a child moves from being a baby through to being an infant, through to being a adolescent, going through puberty, through to adulthood, and then back to convalescent, an elderly, and then eventually should die if natural courses take place. Why is your hand on your face, Eva? What are you ashamed of?
I'm not ashamed of anything.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right. So as you go through biological development, there are some changes that take place in the body, physical changes. Example, there's change in weight, height, change in how we use our hands, fine motor skills. So children are able to, you're able to hold things. So the ability to hold a pen, squeeze somebody, squeeze an object and let it go, you might take it for granted, but all of these are skills that you learn: to hold a ball, let it go, to catch and release, to have eye hand coordination, to dance, to walk, to jump. All of these are coordination skills. To move, the rhythm of the music, have hormonal changes, testosterone levels, and estrogen and progesterone, to change from an adolescent with a squeaky voice to an adolescent with a high pitched voice, or to have uh, Adam's apple that is invisible to Adam's apple that is well pronounced, to have no hair on the face, to having all hair on the face. All of these changes take place in biological development, and changes take place in the brain too. Neurological changes take place in the brain, which makes you learn better. There are changes which take place biologically, which make the child want to play. For example, when you're a child, you do not focus very well because you have more synapses in your brain with gaps, and you you are filling gaps, and the nerve endings are making up. You're making up more synapses and you're not settling down. So those of us who are in biology, we know about, we have in nerve endings and we are making more. So a child at 4 years old and 5 years old will want to do more playing than a child that is 6 and 7. So we hear about children that are, if you reach 12 and 13 and 14 and you're still too playful, your parents will become very concerned about you. And you're not learning and you're not talking. If you reach 4 and 5 and you're not talking, your parents become very concerned because you are not talking and saying anything. Now, how do we know that your brain is developing and you're learning? Is there biological development? How do we use this knowledge in teaching and learning of science? Of what importance are these? We need to understand what role this biological development plays in cognitive development. Cognitive development involves changes in the individual's thinking, intelligence, and language. Now, we cannot know a child's language unless we hear them talking. Most times we measure people's intelligence or level of intelligence by measuring how they perform on a given task, their behavior in a test, or how they complete a given task at the infant level, or if they complete the task and do it well, as we have shown them. For example, the ability to memorize certain facts. If you tell them something and they can repeat it, most times you believe that they are bright. If you tell your child something and that child can parrot it, we call it parroting, can repeat it word for word, you are impressed. If you send a child for a book and they take back the book, it is considered that the child is intelligent. If you send the child for a red book and the child takes back a green book, you say, oh, that child is unable to differentiate between a green book and a red book. If you send a child for a blue blouse and the child takes back a red blouse constantly, you do this, you then say to yourself, oh, might be my child is colorblind. What facts are am I memorizing? If you send an individual to cook and you send them to make tea and you ask for mint tea and they take up time and make the tea, you wonder if the person knows the difference between thyme and tea leaf. If a person doesn't know the difference between making fried egg and boiled egg, then you know the person does not know the difference between boiling and frying. Those are certain facts that they cannot memorize. A poem and a nursery rhyme, what kind of thinking does it involve to make up a poem or a nursery rhyme? Many nursery rhymes that we teach children are for them to learn certain things. I'm sure that you have learned certain nursery rhymes as a child. You know, like I remember this one. One man went to mow the meadow. One man and his dog went to mow the meadow. Two men went to mow the meadow. Two men and their dogs went to mow the meadow. Three men went to mow the meadow. Three men and their dogs. And while the teacher is teaching, the teacher keeps saying, went to mow the meadow. While you're teaching the nursery rhyme, you're teaching child to counting. So it's 1, 2, 3, and it is sequencing. So you must be able to do 1, 2, 3, and organize information in a row. So went to mow the meadow. One man went to mow the meadow. One man and his dog went to mow the meadow. Two men. So now we take in the language now, where you must be able to make the connection between the singular noun and the plural noun, because the plural of man is men, right? And at the same time, the child is enjoying the nursery rhyme. I hope that you can think of a nursery rhyme that I'm going to ask you about and what it is that you think the teacher is teaching at the end of this slide. So go and think of it. Start thinking about it, because I'm going to ask. The ability to cognitive development involves the individual thinking about to imagine how to solve a problem. In order to solve problems, we have to imagine them too. We have to use our imagination. And this comes a lot handy in math and in science. To imagine how we will reach the end of the equation, what will happen, what will we balance at the end of the equation, is very important to solving the problem. Or to imagine how we will take away, we'll subtract one number from the other number, or imagine how we will carry one number to carry this thing of making up a LCM, or the highest common factor. It is not really there, but we know that we imagine that it is there to ensure that we carry out the operation. Or in science, we imagine that the reaction is taking place between the atoms in the container, in the beaker, among the molecules, because we have poured them, we mix them together. At what level does this take place in our biological development? We can imagine this, can't we? We know that when we mix them together, we mix the solutions together, this reaction takes place. We write it in an equation, right? and we write the symbols on the board, and we say that we solve the problem. That requires some imagination. How many of us believe that this reaction has taken place? That takes some imagination, doesn't it? To spell words require some level of cognitive development. How many of us are still struggling to spell words? To come up with creative strategies, that requires some level of cognitive development. And you know the level of cognitive development of some individuals based on their level of creativity. Some people are unable to create things, and you know that because they are only able to memorize facts and regurgitate them. To speak meaningfully connected sentences is a part of cognitive development. How many of us know that people just can repeat only or say only what other persons have said, or only swat the information that other persons have said, or just say words but the words are not connected, or they give a presentation but you say, but what are you really saying, or the paragraphs don't really add up? No. Can you think of other things and tell me? Just one or two, not all of you have to tell me, that show the level of cognitive development of people. Who wants to go? Who wants to raise their hand? Oh, I see that.
Hello,
Hello,
it's Tracy.
Tracy. Where's Tracy?
By the type of questions they ask, maybe.
Yes, by the type of question they ask. What do you mean by the types of questions they ask? What type of question would somebody ask to tell you that they are their level of cognitive development? Would you like to expound on that?
Um, if they're in a class and they maybe challenge a thought with their own thought, and they have logical reason to challenge it.
Yes. Mm-hmm. What would you like to explain what you mean by they have logical reason?
Like they're not just guessing something. Like they're thinking about it and coming up with a valid argument. Like if you say a car drives on needs four wheels to drive, but they may have seen a smaller car on smaller roads that only required three wheels and it worked perfectly well. So they're thinking on task, but I don't know.
So would you call something that has three wheels a car?
Sure.
That's interesting. Oh, so
I don't know. I know what I'm not explaining myself clearly.
You are explaining yourself quite clearly. You have explained yourself quite clearly. You have done quite clearly. At what level of cognitive development that person would be, we'll find out later during the lecture. They are able to think critically. You're thinking quite critically here. It is important to learn about students' level of development in order to understand at what level it is appropriate to teach them what. And that is a very important point to note. Right? It is important to learn about students' development in order to understand at what level it is appropriate to teach them what. It is believed that most learning takes place after synaptic formation stabilizes, and which is generally after about age 10. When they stop playing up and down and so on. So most learning normally takes place after about age 10. That is what the literature says. Now, generally, the biological, cognitive, and socio-emotional processes are a part of development, and the three of them interrelate in order to ensure that the cognitive development of the individual is taken into consideration when the teacher teaches. And so we have defined biological development, we have defined cognitive development, and we need to look at just briefly socio-emotional processes. And sometimes you see in the text and in the literature talk about socio-emotional intelligence. Now, there are some persons who do not have socio-emotional awareness, this emotional awareness, that to care for others, and to this attitude and the value of other people's worth and their opinion, and to show that emotional intelligence, and this is not developed among them. Now, the teacher needs to be aware of this aspect of the individual. So let us look at socio-emotional process. Involves development of emotional intelligence. It involves changes in the individual's relationships with other people. And this normally develops when from the child is at home, in the family setting, mother-father relationships with their, normally when children do not have good family relationships with their mother and their father, their social emotional intelligence becomes lacking, and teachers have to take over this role when they go to school from primary school level. So you have to be very careful about how you relate to them as a teacher, and you have to teach them these. So normally in the lesson plan, we stress, where is the attitudinal objective? What will you teach them? And a lot of times you spend, most students don't get this one across and spend the time writing, students will be able to participate in groups or participate in class. And that's not the only way you can get socio-emotional awareness and intelligence in the lesson. We look at some. In science, we later on in the day. Now, examples include parents nurturing and care, aggressive behavior among boys, showed social emotional processes, and we take up the one with boys, especially where a boy will like a girl earlier in their biological development and hurt the girl, pull her hair, tug at her, tie her ribbon. Well, I don't think children wear ribbons so much these days, but tie her ribbon to the chair because he likes her, or hit her, because the level at which she's operating, his social emotional intelligence at that level is low. But then as he develops into a man or an adolescent, he will show care and love in more appropriate ways by wanting to show affection and emotion in more pleasant ways. So there's a change in his emotional awareness and his socio-emotional intelligence. So normally males change over time with their biological development. As they age, their socio-emotional awareness should increase. That is what, or should change to better. That is what is in the literature. But there is no one prescription. Girls develop more assertiveness as they become older. So a girl might be very shy and very might giggle a lot during puberty. So you find a lot of and giggling and being playful. But the older a girl gets, the more assertive she becomes, and as she becomes a woman, so her leadership qualities become more pronounced. That is what they would say. She becomes more assertive and becomes more stern. And there are other examples. Can you think of other ways that social emotional intelligence is um is expressed among children or among people of different age? Anybody?
Samuel Dominica.
Yes.
Something came to mind which is funny to me. I was just thinking about it. I think sometimes the way students laugh,
Mhm.
sometimes the way they laugh, I just thinking about that. And also how they portray themselves in the class.
Trying to find their identity. So you find that if you are teaching adolescents, it annoys you when they are trying to find their identity in your class. They come with a hairstyle this week that looks so weird, and it annoys you, and you wonder what is this about. Or they come with some piercing, or some their pants is somewhere. I know in our society you wonder what this fashion about, wearing your pants below you. You know, they want the pants to be tight or the belt to be low. All of this is about personality. That is part of the social emotional awareness and social emotional process. Anybody else want to think of what any other examples?
Yes. I'm thinking about in your own social interactions with your peers or your friend or something. For example, if you heard something that is negative about a person, you don't go and repeat it. You try to put yourself in that person's place and think about the consequences, how the person will feel before you repeat something that is negative to your friends or family per se.
That is when they become older. They learn not to carry um news. So this news carrying and this chatting on others is a part of showing care for other people's feelings. And what you say is a part of how you develop. It's how they socialize. That this is a part of it too. And you have some teenagers, it is it at adolescence or it at adulthood? It's a part of the development. Um, we wonder if it is not in adulthood too. The tongue, the problem with the tongue. Hey, it might be Jason who is the Christian here. He'll tell you. No, the woman who talk, you know, the talk behind your back thing, and the hypocrisy, and how does
Gossip.
the gossip, right, thanks for that word, the gossiping, how does that help the what I learn? Is this a part of making somebody good? Is what So we find that in schools, at the secondary level, we put in extracurricular activities in the curriculum that will help to make young people foster care and socialize them into caring for others, and put their energies into making them learn how to deal with stress, deal with these urge to do things for charity and show care and love for each other. And that's a part of the curriculum, right? Now, how do we use this in science, you know? So in science, what do we do that helps students to develop their social emotional intelligence? And what are some of the things that are important So when we talk about science, it's about knowledge, skills, and attitudes. I'm sure you have done the nature of science already in other courses. And there are some attitudes and values in science that we inculcate, like the need for honesty. We don't want any scientist that is dishonest. For heaven's sakes. Ashley, you raised your hand. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to comment on the previous question that Samuel just finished and I think Ava participated as well.
Yes.
You know how sometimes you're around people and maybe it happens to you, but people will always say, I was just gonna, like, you'll say something and people will say, I was just gonna say that a lot. Like when you're around people, like it either happens, say for instance, I was just gonna say that, or they will say that they were just going to say that. You understand what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
I understand what you're saying.
Are you following? Like there's a conversation going on, and there's frequently people engaged in saying, I was just gonna say that, and it's always the same people.
You don't like that?
No. I'm just saying that's a part of emotional intelligence. Like maybe they're tapping into each other's emotions, or I'm not sure how that works, but some kind of pseudoscience explanation on that. But it's still like tapping into an aspect of emotional intelligence, being able to pick up on the frequencies, and basically you're just picking up on somebody's frequency, perhaps, like, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but it might come across to some people as not listening to them. If you say you were going to say that.
No, it's not like it wasn't like, it wouldn't be like considered rude, but there's maybe a conversation going on, and then there's a break, and then somebody says blah blah blah, and then someone's like, I was just gonna say that. Like, it's like, like I was just thinking that. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Okay.
But it happens a lot to the same person, you know what I mean?
Okay. So like you are telepathic?
Perhaps, I don't know.
All right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a part of emotional intelligence, I believe, because you're tapping into somebody's emotional expression, perhaps.
All right. Yes.
Yeah. Empathy.
Okay.
Sort of.
Empathy.
And
And
on a different level, on a more detailed level.
well, if it depends, if you are an adult, might be. So we will be able to know based on their biological development, the level of development, at what stage of life you should be able to do that. When we go on to the next things, the next part, which we'll soon move on to know. But like I was saying, in science, we talk about things like valuing other people's opinions. So maybe that is one that you would allow us to talk about now. Like you value what other people have to say. You allow other opinions to come to the fore. You listen to other scientists, you listen to the other students in a group share their opinions. So when you write your lesson plans, and when you do an activity, even if you get the correct answer, you allow other persons to share their opinions because you value other people's opinions. You don't dumb down other people, if you understand that phrase, because you already have the right, you think you have the right answer. You wait for the evidence to come to the fore. You don't push. What I'm looking for, the correct phrase that we use. We talk about, we rely on the evidence. We are not quick to judgment. Then we reserve judgment. That is a value of the scientists using emotional intelligence. There are some persons or some students would not be at that level as yet to wait before they make a hasty decision. You don't run to make a, you're not swift to judgment, so to speak. So you investigate and you wait before you come to a conclusion. You examine the evidence before you come to a conclusion. You don't just jump to a conclusion. Okay? So we need to now look at how does this fit into what we need to know about the psychology of learning. So all of this was basic stuff. We need to go into Piaget, this psychologist who started all of this on the using this knowledge about development and how development impacts on learning at different levels. Are we okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Inside my room is cold. I need a 2-minute bathroom break. Can I get it?
Most definitely.
All right. So when I come back, we're going to start at Piaget's theory of cognitive development. Just 2 minutes. I just need 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Is Ashley back? Ashley? All right, I see. Okay. Ava? Linton? I'm back.
I'm there. I'm back.
I'm there, sorry, I'm there.
Tracy? Vanessa? Raise hand, Vanessa.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's look at Piaget's theory of cognitive development. The date here is not his birthday. It is the citation, right? Oh, Piaget believed that two processes are responsible for how children adapt their schema: assimilation and accommodation. And we'll come back to this after we review how Piaget looked at how children construct knowledge, right? I trust that you went through the lecture and went through your, what we call now, went through the reader last night, right? To make sense of our world experiences, we cognitively organize information. So Piaget believed that in actively constructing their world, children use schemes to construct and explain what is there. Please note that schemes are units of knowledge that people possess, and they pluralize scheme to get schemata, right? Schemes are units of knowledge that people possess. They are made up of the activities or organizations, simple framework that people perform on objects or events. Schemes are neither specific actions nor responses. They are representations of what can be repeated and generalized in particular acts. Schemes change as the child collects more experiences in the world. Assimilation, you want to note that? Assimilation refers to the process of taking something new into an existing scheme. It involves extracting information that is needed from the environment in order to develop and maintain a scheme. Accommodation is the process of altering or changing the cognitive structures so that they fit what is perceived. I need to go back to the first slide. So here we have, to make sense of the world, students would have to, or children, let's talk about children, because Piaget is dealing with how children construct knowledge, create their own knowledge. They would construct knowledge by assimilation and accommodation. I'll soon give you examples of assimilation and accommodation. One example: as development increases, the children would, or let me say a child would continue to refine and organize this kind of knowledge into systematic thinking. Let me see how I get to go back on this slide. If I have to escape, I don't want to go here yet. let me go here since it has gone here until I get help. Now, according to Piaget, there are 4 stages of cognitive development. Are you seeing the slide here? 4 stages: sensory, motor stage,
Yes.
okay, pre-operational stage, concrete operational stage, and formal operational stage. From birth to 2 years of age is the sensory motor stage. In this sensory motor stage, the infant constructs an understanding of the world by coordinating sensory experiences with physical actions. Boy, Tracy, you start yawning today. An infant progresses from reflexive, that is just hand movements and eye coordination and instinctual action at birth, to the beginning of symbolic thought towards the end of this stage, from birth to 2 years of age. In the pre-operational stage, I think I need to move this so that's not in the way. The child begins to represent the world with words from 2 years. So we expect that at 2 years old, the child will begin to say 1 and 2 words, start talking. These words and images reflect increased symbolic thinking and go beyond the connection of sensory information and physical action. So we'll call everything dog, and I guess you know that stage of development where everything is a dog, 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 and everything looks like a dog is called a dog. Everything that moves is a dog, if dog is the first word that is learned. Animism, belief that inanimate objects have lifelike qualities. Intuitive thought, substate, children know something but know it without the use of rational thinking. So they just talk, they just say something, and they do not connect it to any other thing. There's centration at this stage, centering attention on one characteristic to the exclusion of others because of lack of conservation, which we'll look at that fact of conservation in some detail in the second section, where let's talk about centration first, where the child is unable to focus attention on more than one thing, unable to multitask. So between 2 and 7-year-old, one wouldn't want a child to be crossing the road. Child would be unable to focus the eye on knowing that the distance of a car from where he is standing, would be unable to know that the car has not stopped for him to cross the road, because measuring the distance of an object from him is something that he does not know that he should wait on before he crosses the road. So he cannot pay attention to doing one thing at a time. So focusing is something that is difficult. Centering attention on one characteristic to the exclusion of others. So you find that child would run across the road because all that child concentrate on is getting across the road. It doesn't matter. I must go across the road now, and that's all I am focusing on. So a ball will be going across the road. They will be playing and the ball is going across the road. And the ball is going across the road and I am playing football and I must get the ball. But a car is coming and I might get hit down. But a child that is between 2 and 7 years of age is not going to be able to think, or according to Piaget, think about, okay, if a ball is running, if my ball goes across the road, I should not run after the ball. I should wait to look down the road to see if there is a vehicle. I should stop and look up and down before I go for the ball. So they don't know danger. Okay, that is one example. I guess you can think of others. Now, because of a lack of conservation, which is a concept which we need to understand, especially at this level, to teach science, which we should look at in detail in the reader, which has been explained there, and we should look at further later in the course, where we talk about this conservation is when we talk about a child not knowing the difference between the same volume of milk in a tall glass that as in a short glass. So you pour the same amount, you pour the glass, the short glass is filled with milk and the tall glass is half with milk, and you put it in front of the child and you say, which one do you want? And the child will choose the short glass filled with milk because that child thinks that the one that is full to the brim is more milk, because the child lacks the ability to conserve. Not to conserve water. That is not the conservation that we are talking about here. Or conserve, might be, they are big people have problem with conserving water and conserving electricity. That's another problem. They might be at the pre-operational stage. That's a joke, by the way, right? 2 to 7 years of age, that would be the pre-operational stage. And the concrete operational stage, the child can now reason logically about concrete events and classify objects into different sets. So this is between 7 to 11 years of age. So as a science teacher, you should start thinking about where would a 7 to 11-year-old age child fall, and what are some of the activities that I would be able to do with this child. So in the concrete operational state, child should be able to do what is called seriation. Seriation is a concrete operation that involves ordering stimuli along some quantitative dimension, ordering things according to length, either increasing or decreasing length. They should be able to measure it too, to use the equipment or the tools of measurement to measure it, and put them in series, in sequence. Measure volume by displacement, regular measurement of volume, etc., and order things by size. Transitivity is another aspect, another concept that children between the age of 7 to 11 years of age should be able to engage in at the concrete operational stage of development. And transitivity refers to the aspect of reasoning where relations are combined to understand certain conclusions. Example, traveling home. Now, a child in the concrete operational stage should be able to tell you how to get home, the number of the bus, the number bus they would take to go home, or if they drive home or you pick them up, they should be able to tell you the route home and map the route home in the reverse direction as well as forward direction, route home from school and back. There are some people who don't have a sense of direction and are unable to reason this out. If they get lost, they cannot find their way home. Now, if the level of cognitive development is such that their memory is not working well, they cannot tell you that they pass a church. Some people are not looking, but you might take this for granted. They cannot tell you that they pass a church, then they pass a school, then they pass. It is soon time for the bus stop, for example, and they must stop. They will pass the stop. And it is interesting how some people allow their children to take the bus the first morning of school, and some of them will take the bus and fall asleep in the bus on their, not take the bus to school, but the bus, take the bus from school and fall asleep on their way home, past the bus stop, and they can't find, past their homes, and they can't find their way back home. I'm sure many of you can tell me the stories of children getting lost at the beginning of the school term, and small children. We have a lot of that in our country, where small children get lost at the beginning of the school term, and we have to be writing their routes and their names on the bag pack, where they live and how they should get home, because they do not know the transit route back home. That one is an example, the transitivity. In the formal operational stage, the adolescent reasons, this is in adolescent now, is 11 years of age through to adulthood. The adolescent reasons in more abstract, idealistic, and logical ways. And most times adolescents would use the terms like, they always want to talk about everything and everybody and all, and they generalize a lot. And in science, we tend to, be annoyed by it. They feel that all things are going to be the same. If it happened one time, it will happen again, right? They start to reason logically, yes, but not very well at 11, 12. They are very imaginative and start to think creatively and abstract. They do a lot of talking, some of them, most of them, a lot of chatting, verbal problem solving. They talk a lot in order to solve their problems. And thinking is systematic, like scientists testing and measuring their proposed solutions. And they start to develop hypothetical and deductive reasoning. Are there any questions so far? No.
Doctor?
You can, yeah,
Yeah, Samuel Dominica.
yes.
The level of cognitive development, does it get to one age that is stopped, or it is throughout life?
Is for life. Remember, this is a theory of Piaget. It's the theory, so it has been challenged. It's not cast in stone,
Okay.
right? So Piaget believed this, right? That there are stages, there are 4 stages, but there are persons who we look at that don't believe this. Now, I want to, guys, I want to go back to my first, to the first slide, because they are in actively constructing knowledge. I need to explain assimilation and accommodation, which just popped away from the 2 slides before. So I need to go back to, all right, I think I figure out how to do this, to go back to slide number. To this one. Remember, it is theory. It's a theory. Boy, in the name of Jesus. Are you seeing my screen? Are you guys seeing my screen? Are you seeing
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
theory of
we are.
yes and no?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Are you seeing Piaget's theory of cognitive development and seeing accommodation on the screen here?
Yes, miss.
All right. I need to explain these concepts here. Because apart from the 4 stages of cognitive development that Piaget spoke about in response to Samuel, that he had those 4 stages compartmentalized. He also spoke about, he believed that there are 2 processes that are responsible for how children use and adapt their schemas, and we need to look at those processes in detail. We need to look at assimilation in some detail and accommodation, so that we appreciate them some more, right? So assimilation, let's look at an example of assimilation. I told you the definition of assimilation here, where a mental process, assimilation, that occurs when an individual incorporates new knowledge into existing knowledge. And accommodation is when you change it to fit. Where's my mouse? You change it, you accommodate it. Where is my mouse? Okay. Accommodation is a mental process that occurs when an individual adjusts to new information. Now, consider, for example, a child getting always seeing a man using a hammer. You know, a hammer to nail a picture frame on the wall, right? The child has never used a hammer. You know what I'm talking about, a hammer. See a nail is straight. So you put the nail in use the hammer to hit the nail until the nail bores a hole in the wall, and then after the nail is punched in the wall, it goes at an angle, and then you put up the picture frame on the wall. This the child sees over and over, but then now the child is given the task to mount this picture frame on the wall. The child takes up the hammer and starts swinging at the nail, but it is not going in as he or she would want it to go in. But then he adjusts his hand until he forces in the nail bends, but then pushes it up, changes the handle, bends it until it makes the direction that he wants, and then the nail bends, makes a hook like, and the picture frame still can hang over it and is mounted on the wall. Now, I just define assimilation, a mental process that occurs when an individual incorporates new knowledge into existing knowledge. The existing knowledge that that child had or that individual had was seeing or observing a person using a hammer to mount a picture on the wall. Never did it before, just saw the person using the hammer. Accommodation would be adjusting that information, that mental process that occurs when the individual adjusts to the new information. The individual goes there, swings at the nail, really didn't know how to use the hammer, but adjusts that knowledge and ensures that that picture frame gets mounted on the wall. I tried to explain that. If there's something that you don't understand about those two concepts that I just tried to explain, please tell me. So that is that assimilation and accommodation are two processes that take place in order for children or for people to construct knowledge. So based on the schema that exists, the pre-existing schema that exists, because you have to have the schema first in order to build on, because remember we define the schema. So the schemata has to be there, pre-existing knowledge, the experience. Then you build on that schemata. So we have assimilation and then accommodation. Now, as the teacher, this procedure, this process, you are going to take it, that this psychological process, this takes place in the classroom. You have to build on that knowledge. Assimilation and accommodation should occur in order for this learning to take place. Are there any questions? I'm taking it that silence means consent. No. Piaget also emphasized that to make sense of their world, children construct knowledge. You have to cognitively organize knowledge. And when you organize knowledge, you organize your experiences and The level at which you organize experiences and how you organize experience shows your level of cognitive development. And the shift from one level of organization or one level of organization to the next is called equilibration. You see these new terms, all of these terms that you're learning, by the end of the course, you should know the meanings, and we are going to come up with a glossary. There's going to be a glossary of psychological terms. You'll see it in the course in the OUVRLE, and we are going to have a glossary of terms. So if there's a pop quiz, you will have it there. So please bear in mind. I hope I'm not doing this in vain. This is psychology of science teaching and learning. So what is organization according to Piaget and according to psychology term? Piaget's concept of grouping isolated behaviors into a higher order, more smoothly functioning cognitive system. The grouping or arranging of items into categories, the use of organization improves long-term memory. And for sure, as teachers, we do this by challenging our students every day to have long-term memory. This morning, I did such an exercise with you. When we started that exercise this morning by talking about what I ate fried breadfruit, and we moved on. To organize knowledge, right? Now, equilibration, he proposed to explain how children shift from one stage of thought to the next. This shift occurs as children experience cognitive conflict. The term that is used for cognitive conflict is disequilibrium in trying to understand the world. Eventually, they resolve the conflict and reach equilibration of thought. So, like if there is something that they do not understand, they wrestle with it and then they come back to agreeing with it. We look some more at disequilibrium and equilibration when we look more at constructivism in Unit 2, when you look at it in your course reader, right? Let's switch to probably look in the course reader, just to make sure that you know where in the course reader we should be. Let me go. Not here. Are you seeing the course reader?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, come on. Now, if we look in the course reader, there's an activity here in the course reader on this page. On this page of the course reader, we look at Piaget's stages of cognitive development, and it shows gives examples of what are the implications for teaching and learning science at each of the stages of cognitive development for according to Piaget, associated levels of schooling. Just let's go through here. So from birth to 2 years old, the characteristics of the child at the biological or the cognitive level of development, we have the child is action oriented. The child does not think about the surroundings. Much reflection, actions, imitation, and playing goes on here. The child progresses from having no language to the beginning of language development for naming things. There's object permanence. Now, I don't think I explained that one. Beginning of sensitivity to time, space, substance, and cause and effect relationships. Now, these characteristics that are identified here are very important for science. So this is reason for pointing you to them. So you need to make sure that you note these here in the reader. Now, object permanence, I must note here, refers to the child's lack of understanding that an object will not continue to exist if he does not cover the eye. So if somebody is you remember I was saying something about a child going in front of a mirror and looking in the mirror and moving away from the mirror yesterday and thinking that she or he will disappear because they haven't moved. The same way, if a child between birth and 2-year-old, a 2-year-old child sees an angry person coming towards him and covers the face, something like what Ava was doing this morning, something is terrible, happening, and you cover your face thinking that it would disappear. Object permanence is a phenomenon that a child between birth and 2 years old becomes aware of. So giving a child knowing that if they cry, their mother will be there. Your mother will be there, your father will be there, people will be around the house. If you cry, you will get attention. The world exists. You are here and you will be here. And mother is here, father is here, sister and brother is here. These objects are permanent. They will be here forever. You can read more to explore the type information. More information here is here on this phenomena in your reader here. Now, the child at this age develops beginning of sensitivity to time. Oh Lord, we wish that some people would develop sensitivity to time. If you want a child to know the difference between day and night, you have to teach them that they don't eat during the night. Samuel wondering. Yes. a baby eats every single 4 hours. But if as a mother, you want your child to know the difference between night and day, after a while you have to stop feeding the child for the whole night, through the whole night, or else you won't get any sleep. Night is made to sleep. You won't get any sleep at all. If you want your
Oh,
child to,
okay, I'm sorry, because it's like I told you I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I'm telling you is I'm thinking recently that I have to make sure I go and prepare something for her whenever she's like about to cry. Because I was thinking of ulcer. That came to my mind. I said, man, because I was thinking at age 3, you should be able to sleep throughout the night. But sometimes I'm telling you, like, you like, daddy, mommy, like, oh, okay, okay. Because I'm thinking of ulcer. I don't know. So anytime she wants something to eat in the night, I just, whether me or my wife, just wake up and just go and get it for her. Because I'm just thinking of ulcer. Because I'm not sure the level of the stomach, whether if you just keep on living out so, something else may happen from there.
well, you might be conditioning the child to develop a particular behavior that you are going to have a problem with sometime. You be careful. You want the child to know the difference with time. You take a child between 0 and 2 years old outside during the day and let them see leaves moving and see light. So you take the child outside during the day, and in the night you take them out. You do activities that are related to daytime in the day and do activities that are related to nighttime in the night. You bathe the child near to night and put them to bed. You wake them and feed them. So you develop a pattern so that the child will develop a circadian rhythm that is related to biological development. And understand to understand space and time relationship, you the bedding and the space within which you put the child to sleep compared to the space that you put the child to play, compared to where you put the child to learn, should be different in order for children to develop space time relationships. So if you put a baby in a cot to sleep, you wouldn't put the baby when it is playtime to play in the cot, or else you're going to get your child to play in the bed after a while. So they make play spaces in the infant schools. So the different play areas have different spaces or different size spaces, and with different things and different types of toys. In your home, the bed is different space and is at a different space from the play area on the ground that you play. Mommy's hands are different from daddy's hands. So the child knows that there's a difference in space. And you will know there are some children who, between 0 and 2 years old, fall asleep in a fat person's hand compared to a very thin person's hand. And they know the difference between, I'm sure we all know the difference between daddy's hug and mommy's hug. That's something about space, and social emotional intelligence too. Substance and cause and effect. And this one, cause and effect relationships, very difficult for a child between 0 and 2 years old. You might think that it is the bottle that is causing them to not feel pain, right? And so on. But what implications are these characteristics for teaching and learning science? So we know that the child between 0 and 2 years old is more into the senses and sensory motor stage. So touchy feely, it's about their eyes, the ears, the nose, touching, feeling, senses. So in teaching and learning, the activities can involve playing with objects in order to develop motor skills. So you give them manipulatives, you give them objects to touch, to feel. You take them outside on field trips. You take them to look at the birds. You take them to look at what is in the field. You teach them to act responsibly, as a child is likely to imitate your actions. So you teach them to take up the objects that they use, teach them to feel them and touch them and move them about, but put them back in the boxes so that they be safe. Develop attitudes of curiosity and persistence. So you ensure that yes, they are curious about them, and you tap into their curiosity, and you also make them become, they jack in the box, let them be surprised. You say the games that you play, surprise them. Let them touch and feel, and you play jack in the box. What do I have in here? Look, how can I make this roll? How can I make this move? How many of these can I put in a row? And so on and so forth. Pre-operational stage at infant and basic school. Now they can talk a little, vocabulary development, inability to relate parts and wholes, but they can talk still. Rely mainly on perception rather than evidence to make decisions. Inability to think reversibly and transformation is difficult. Lord help us here. Subjective and egocentric views, so they are self-centered here. Ability to classify things and ability to develop knowledge about physical properties of things in their surroundings. So how the teacher uses this in science teaching and learning. Activities could involve learning the name of things. So they can learn the name of trees and birds and to identify the things, butterflies and things in their environment. So in our syllabuses, we would look at the nose, the parts of the body. So we, teach them about myself, getting to know parts of the body, the ears, the nose, and so on. Things that are concrete, but this pre-operational stage, looking at how objects in the environment feel, considering favorite pets, flowers, trees, and let them get to start to care for animals, learning about self, parts of the body, I said that already, exploring the senses. Objects of different characteristics can be placed in groups by the child. At the concrete operational stage, from age 7 to 11, they become a little more objective and they have the ability to relate parts with the whole. So they have operational thinking, ability to form relationships and consider rules and principles, cause and effects, and are able to conserve. So they develop skills of observing in science class. So you can tell them to observe something. Observe a leaf, describe parts of things, observe the shape of the leaf, if the leaf has hair, observe a bird, what color feathers, and so on. Describe parts of things, example, flowers, trees, developing skill of analyzing, looking at components of things, developing skill of inferring, developing attitude of critical thinking, comparing masses of objects, different objects and volumes of liquids of varying heights and radii. Now we notice that as the level of cognitive development, as the biological development gets, as the child becomes older, the complexity in the activity becomes more increasingly difficult. The formal operational stage, 11 to 14 plus, this is at the secondary school level now. We have higher order thinking now. We can have hypothetical deductive reasoning, and we can have control of variables. So we have implications for science teaching, like development of skills of analyzing, interpreting and experimenting, evaluating and synthesizing. Students can formulate models and theories inside of the class. Now, I would expect that in your lessons and in your lesson plans, you can put these terms to use as part of the implication for how you look at it. Now, look at this activity here. Activity 2. I'm going to give you some time. Those 4 objectives that are there. Carefully read the following objectives and indicate the grade levels to which would assign each. It's now, I'll give you 15 minutes to do that. Hi. Oh, hi guys. I think I gave you more than 15 minutes. Eh? Hi, welcome back. I think we had more than 15 minutes there. So we could have could have gone through the reader. I think there are some chat messages here. Hello. All right. How are you? All right. We're back. So that just assess that activity. Let's get some feedback. The answers are in the reader. Those are objectives there. I'm hearing a buzzing in my microphone. Oh God, no! I don't like this. What is this buzz about? Oh, okay. Let's work with it. Imagine that you are developing a new science curriculum for students at the secondary level. Carefully read the following objectives and given reasons indicate the grade level to which you would assign each. So are we ready now? Who is ready to go to give feedback?
Yes. Samuel Dominica.
Okay, Samuel.
The first question, one, I'm having some challenges with the grade they have there. I see grade 1 to 8.
You
That's
don't
a bit
you don't have to
follow the.
you can go beyond there.
Oh, okay, because I'm more focused.
It is written bearing in mind Jamaican situation, but I will have to expand on that because that was when the reader was. So it's okay if you.
Okay, so I choose for the question 1. The stage will be concrete operational stage, and I choose grade 6 because it's more of like skills of observing. So they just have to draw. I think grade
Great.
6 will be able to handle that, but it will fall under the concrete operational stage because
How
all
old
they need
are
to
grade
do.
6? How old are grade 6 children in your country, Dominica?
I'm not sure. No, we normally use primary. We have primary school and secondary school.
Primary.
Grade 6 is 11, age 11.
So grade 8 will be what?
Form 2, grade 8.
Okay. Wow.
And you are saying that in Dominica, the child in grade 6 should be
Okay.
able to draw. Don't laugh at yourself. There's no right or wrong. Um you're giving your justification for your answer. That's fine.
No. Okay. Then I made a mistake because okay, what I did was I choose grade 8 to be the former operational stage because I see grade 8 is the highest they have there.
Oh, you're
So maybe
grading the pupils.
yes, based on what the instruction says, we should indicate the
Okay.
grade level.
Uh
So I choose 8 to be the highest grade, which will be the former operational stage. Then
okay.
it seems I'm wrong with that.
You see the word right and wrong, people? I don't like them. So I don't like when you talk about science is not about being right or wrong. For me, please. So I don't like you talking about you being wrong and you being right.
Okay.
Could you may have you may have
Yeah.
asked me the question. Um, so is it that everybody made a misinterpretation of the meaning of indicating the grade level?
I don't think so, because I just equated the primary in terms of school, because based on the age, primary, secondary level, so grade 1,
Right.
grade 4, grade 8.
It was based on the what we did here, associated level of schooling in the table before. So the grade level is the associated level of schooling that I was referring to in the activity. So it is not grading the child per se. All right. So the cognitive level. So do it based on Piaget's postulates, his theories. So do a rethink, Samuel, while we take the other responses. Okay. Could I hear from Ashley?
I am here.
Yes, I would like to get your feedback on,
The number 1.
yes, number 1.
I said that it would be appropriate for the level 8 or 4.
Level 8. Tell me in terms of the age range of the child and why.
It just says to draw large, clearly labeled diagrams of at least 3 types of leaves from different aquatic plants. And I said that it would be appropriate for the age group of 4, which is a primary, because they have
4 years old. So if they're 4 years old.
Oh, is that 4? I thought that meant like grade 4, not.
So grade 4. Okay, grade 4.
Because in the direction it says indicate the grade level 1, 4, or 8.
Right. So you interpret as I am expecting. So grade 4 and grade 4 in Bermuda would be children that are age what?
I think like 8.
8
Somebody else? Jason?
Yeah, 8,
Tracy?
8, 9.
8 and 9.
And they should be able to draw large, clearly labeled diagrams of.
Yeah, because in the implications for teaching and learning science column, it says they're describing parts of things, flowers, trees.
Okay.
So I figured, yeah, that should be good enough to for them to be able to do the objective there. Draw large, clearly labeled diagrams of at least 3 types of leaves from different aquatic plants. And therefore, if the 8-year-old can do it, then so can the 11 to 14 plus. That's why I said grade 8 and 4.
Okay, fair enough. So does Tracy and Vanessa agree with you?
I don't know.
I think it could be 1 as well. I mean, they may not know the parts of the leaves, but the teacher could show them, and then they could do the diagram.
Okay, but would they be able to draw it clearly and clearly label it?
I know our primary ones at the school that I'm at do that already, so I'm going to say yes.
Does it sound like that objective read like they should be able to compare them at the same time? Types of leaves from different aquatic plants?
I read it that they were going to be given the leaves and say, here, draw these and label them, not have to go out and search for them themselves.
Okay. I see a comment here from Vanessa, which sounds interesting. She's saying that all 3 age groups should be able to do it, but just that you would expect more details from the older students as her 4-year-old would happily draw a diagram of a leaf. It may not look much like a leaf, but she would give it her best shot. Well, I think Bruno would agree with you, but based on Piaget's postulates, if we are to answer the question based on Piaget's postulates, it wouldn't be what Piaget would believe. Piaget believe in that some students, that children would be able to do certain things only at certain ages. When we look later at Bruno, Jerome Bruno believes that you can teach children anything at any age. It is now based on the complexity of what you teach them at various ages. So it's quite interesting that Vanessa's thinking is that liberal, right? I happen to agree with Vanessa though. Anybody else want to share what their response was on objective number 1? Jason, let us share, please, what do you have on objective number 2? Calculate the magnification of all the biological specimens drawn. At what grade level you think?
I said 8.
Grade
Or the
8.
formal. Actually.
Grade 8.
Yeah.
What is your justification for grade 8? And grade 8 students would be those students at what age?
I'm not sure about that, actually. That's what I was thinking. So maybe concrete operational to formal operational. Grades, I mean, age 7 to 14. I'm not sure.
Grade 8 is
grade 8 would be at the secondary level.
Secondary level, 13 and 14-year-olds.
13 and 14. So they would be in adolescence. They would be puberty. Thank you, Ava.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So they would be in formal operational stage of development. They are capable of higher order thinking.
Okay. Yeah, it's because that's to me that's more abstract thinking. Magnification, calculating magnification involves more abstract thinking. It's not as concrete. So older students would be more suited to be able to accomplish that.
Okay. Does anybody else want to share on the feedback on objective number 2? Samuel, are you now ready? Linton?
I think I'll maybe at the end of the discussion, I wanted to establish age range to age to this stage.
Okay. All right.
I think it will help me better if I know the age of each stage.
Okay.
I mean the grade for each stage. It will help me with, because I have something written down.
It will vary depending on which country you are in. That's why it is important for me to understand what is the grade level at each country that you are in. That's why I asked the question in the beginning.
Yeah, because in Dominica, we don't use grade. We use primary school and secondary school.
Okay.
Secondary school start from age 11, 12.
Okay.
And we only have 5 years in high school. So from Form 1 to Form 5, that's what we use in Dominica.
It's the same thing here in Jamaica.
Form
we have
1
Form 1 to Form 5 in secondary school.
And primary school,
In primary
1 to
school
6.
is 1 to 6, the same here in Jamaica.
So
Is
I want
there
to
a difference in?
see.
And so primary school in Jamaica starts from age 6 to age 12. And secondary school would begin at anywhere between age 12, 11, 12 to age 16, 17. So it's 5 years that you spend in high school, and there is sixth form, and
No.
so infant school. So it might be the same. I am unaware of what happens in Bermuda. Now that's that. Now the exercise that we did at in the first lecture is now, you're now going to see why that's important for me to understand what curriculum and what the science curriculum is all about at your different territories and what you do. So how do we put science in the curriculum to take care of the different cognitive levels of development of the students? And that will vary dependent on the age level and the grade that the student is in. So don't be deterred by the grade level so much as the age ranges, because the different age, a child might be in grade 1 and is 6 or 7, depending on the age of the, depending on the cognitive level of development. I hope I'm making myself clear. And the stage that that child is in.
Yes, you're clear. That's why I think they have a range, because sometimes students, because of as you said, because of their level, you might actually have children repeating and stuff like that. So you'll have a mixture of ages. But it's just that there's similar in St. Lucia. We have from 1 to 5. But because I'm aware that grade 6 ends at primary school, I just count 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's just it's the same thing. Yeah.
Right. So let's get back to the feedback on the activity. Linton, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. I would like to hear your feedback on at what level would you have students, or in which grade or in what age range or stage of development would you have them calculate the magnification of all the biological specimens drawn?
I would say grade 7. Well, for us, it would be the age like from 12 to 15 years, I guess.
Grade 7. Does anybody else agree with him or disagree with him? Which country are you in?
St. Lucia.
Calculate.
I agree with
Who agrees with him?
Tracy.
Tracy, you agree with calculating magnification at grade 7?
Yes.
Form 1.
Form 1.
Yeah, I still agree. I see them doing it.
That's a lot of work. Why do they? So, well, the objective does not state under what condition they will calculate this magnification. So that in itself would give us some room. So might be they can draw the specimen. I will take it that I'll soon come to you, Ashley. Might be they can be drawing the specimen. These are whole specimen, probably are leaves, they are seeds and things that they are not looking at under the microscope, that for grade 7. But if it is magnification that they are going to calculate after using the microscope, I would say not for grade 7. Ashley, you raised your hand. Go ahead.
We're looking at activity 2.
Yes.
I just want to say a little. I said just the grade 8. I said just the formal operational students, because they have to calculate and analyze.
Yes.
But to support what everybody else is saying, I was at a baby shower the other night, and there was I think she was like 3.5 or 4. She's going 4 or something like that. And this child was aware of, she was born and raised in an English speaking home, but she had been attending a preschool, and she could count in Spanish, I think up to 20, as well as identify the colors in Spanish.
Okay. Well,
I think that's like significant. If you didn't grow up with bilingual parents, and you're just going to school in 1 year or 6 months, and you can cite and identify numbers and colors and correctly identify all of that in a second language, like, I think that the cognitive development in these generations nowadays are far superior to when we were growing up, or I was born in the late 80s. So
but you just observed one child, and
that's very true. That's very true. But if you think about it, and these children are getting pumped through these preschools who are very competitive now, so that they can get placed in places like where Tracy works. Tracy works in a private institution. So these preschools are noticing that they need to create curriculum, if you will. Yeah, activities that will allow the students to be competitive when it comes to testing and placement in the private institutions.
Right. Well, that goes to show that language development can take place very quickly, and if students are exposed to languages from early, we develop the linguistic skills. So if you want to teach somebody a new language, it is very good to teach them when I understand, at the pre-operational stage, at vocabulary development, between 2 and 7 years old. So you said that child is 4. So
yes.
if you want to teach a new language, it is good to teach at the infant and basic school level in those preschools. It is easier to teach new languages. So we put Spanish in the curriculum and French, a new language, in the curriculum at 2, and in the preschool, it's more effective there.
This in-course reading that you have for us, when was it published?
It was published before by Professor Shoibo. I just got his consent to use his book.
Information.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, like, what year he put this out, like.
In 2000, I'll have to get up. In 2000, and he put it out in 2000 something. So we have to be flexible in our thinking and use of it. So I'm using the course reader as a guide, and using it flexibly, and using it as an expansion of knowledge, not as a gospel. I hope I'm answering your question there. I will tell you the exact date soon. I don't have it here on me. I just changed the cover with his permission, just to make it look more lively, because it is all, yeah, Professor Shoibo is not, he has retired.
Thank you. I was just curious.
Okay.
There's something in there that I would like to discuss, but when you're done,
Yes.
it seems contrary to what you have said. Not significant, but just to clarify.
Yes. We'll have time for that. With the anybody, let's look at 3. Reference to the particulate nature of matter. Note that there's feedback on this activity at the end of this this chapter, this session here. There's feedback to this activity on what the answer should be, right? Is that what you're saying, that it's contrary to what I said?
No. I will let you know.
Okay.
No.
With reference to the particulate nature of matter, account for the structure of at least 3 types of solids. This would be in something that you'd ask in chemistry, I think. Who wants to take this one?
Yeah, Samuel Dominica.
Yes, you teach chemistry.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yes, I think I'll use that for grade 8.
Grade 8. At grade 8, you teach the particulate nature of matter?
They'll be taught that in integrated science from Form 1. So from what I have there, grade 8 will be Form 2. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, you're correct.
Yes.
So from Form 2, they should be able to handle that. That he was talking about someone of 13, 14 years. No, about 13, 14 years.
13, 14. Okay.
Because if we agree that Form 1 is 11, 12, then 11 or 12 years old, then Form 2, grade 8 will be 13 and 14.
Okay. Anybody else agree or disagree with Samuel here?
I think the nature of matter is taught a bit earlier than that.
Earlier?
It also has to do with introduction and how in depth it goes. That's what I'm thinking.
Isn't the concept of nature of matter an abstract concept?
Yes, it would be abstract, but I'm thinking that not all the concept will be concrete and abstract at the different levels. I guess you can throw it out to them to see how it works, because you will not only teach concrete concept alone at the primary level.
At what?
Would you all the time in all lessons?
Yeah.
It's all lessons for that?
Samuel Dominica.
Yes, Samuel, I'm listening.
Because I'm checking of what they mean by to account. The account have to be to give a reason or explanation, and in that is more of a student between like it's Form 2, because they must have a skill of analyzing for them to be able to give the account to the teacher level of certificate, where the teacher will be satisfying in whatever they can write, and for them to be able to interpret whatever the nature of science will be.
The nature of matter.
Oh, the nature of matter. I'm thinking of someone in Form 2.
With grade 8.
Well, maybe. But what we have discussed, I think it was even yesterday, is that these skills that the children require should be taught at all grade levels. It's just how you teach it, and we discussed that at what level and stuff. So these skills, they might be able to interpret, give you 1 or 2 lines of what it is, but it's how in depth you want to go. So these skills should be taught at least early in science. But when it goes to maybe write up a report or something, might be different. But basic analytical skills, I think, can be taught in the primary school, or should be taught in the primary school.
You discussed that yesterday in what? Methodology of science teaching?
We read it when we were doing inquiry, what is inquiry, and saying that all science should be taught at all grade levels with these kind of skills in mind.
No, you said you discussed that yesterday. In which
Yes,
course?
we discussed it. Yes.
In which course?
Dr. Rainford.
Okay.
Yeah. Because she
Hmm.
gave us an article to read in what is the inquiry, and it did state that we should have these skills.
That is Bruner's
before-
theory. That is
Well,
Jerome Bruner's theory that you can teach anything at all levels. It depends on how much depth. Now
exactly.
I'm asking you, the question is, evaluate these objectives based on Piaget's postulates. At which level, given reasons, indicate the grade level based on Piaget's postulates.
Point taken. I forgot the much. Yes. Point taken.
Okay.
Piaget, I just probably forgot him completely. Sorry.
Okay. And Piaget is saying that based on the level of cognitive development of the learner, there are some things that are appropriate, some objectives that the learner should be able to complete at various levels of cognitive development. This is what Piaget is saying. I'm not saying that we are going to take it, we're not going to take into consideration the other theories of learning, but let us look at these now and evaluate them based on the objectives, the postulates, Piaget. Where would you put particulate nature of matter? When would the child be able to think about abstract concepts? An abstract concept such as nature of matter. I would not put that at the primary level at all. And I would not talk about it at grade 7. Talk about matter. Account for the structure of at least 3 types of solids. I really think that in chemistry we tend to like to talk about matter first. That's one of the problems I have in the Caribbean. We like to talk about matter first. Most of the chemistry textbooks and syllabuses like to jump into matter. Matter has mass and takes up space. And we like the definitions and the memorization. But do students really understand what we're talking about? Talk about nature of matter. Account for the structure and types of solids. Why don't we talk about solids first and different types of solids? And the concrete things that are solids and the characteristics of these solids and solubility, which is much easier at grade 8 to talk about. And grade 7 to talk about, and talk about particulate nature of matter. Matter is made up of atoms. Can you imagine being 11 and 12 and still have a little playfulness in you and imagination, and you're not very creative yet, and you have to be thinking about atoms? Where are they? You know where atoms are? Sometimes you wonder when you finish teaching. I remember trying to learn about atoms. I wonder where they are. And this bonding that comes with the particulate nature of matter that comes up after. I wonder what on earth this teacher is talking about. And what is on the K shell, L shell, M shell. That is what comes up after particulate nature of matter. You know? Think about it. What about 4? Using appropriate examples, distinguish between sound and light. Vanessa? Vanessa? Do you want to share? Is Vanessa here? Was it Vanessa who? Ashley, yes?
I said that all ages level 1, 4, or 8 should be able to distinguish between sound and light.
Using appropriate examples, yes.
Sure.
Okay. Anybody else? Grade 8? Grade 4? Vanessa is saying. Okay.
Yeah, Simon Dominica.
Mm-hmm.
I think grade 4 would be too. To me, I'll prefer grade 8 because when it comes to sound, light, and sound energy and light energy, unless I think it would depend on the depth of the understanding we want the student to get. Because when we talk about sound energy, we have to talk about how is propagated light energy, where does it come from, how to measure it. Unless we're not going into that. Because if we really want them to know how sound energy normally come to be and light energy, grade 4 will not be able to handle that.
But the objective doesn't specify that.
Objective just have distinguish between the two, just the differences between the two. They didn't say anything else.
Yeah, okay.
I understand.
I'm saying, okay, yes, you're right. But what I'm seeing also is for them to be able to give an example, they have to know what is sound energy. They have to know what is light energy.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to know what is sound energy, they have to know where it normally comes from, how it can be generated. For them to know what is it, so they can be very sure of the examples of it. They have to know what is light energy, how is it created, and how can it be measured. Maybe
I disagree with you, Samuel. Using appropriate examples to distinguish between sound and light. So light energy is coming from the child might be able to point to the light bulb. Which one is producing light energy? Oh, the light bulb or the boom box is producing the sound energy. I mean, I know you're getting deep into things, but yeah.
It's just you just look at the age and, as it said, appropriate for the child at that level. You can't do that. So I agree with Ashley. It's just we probably with our own knowledge and our own way of thinking into that, but it's just distinguish between the two and use examples as the objective states.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that it sound like we getting enthusiastic about this. Was there supposed to be a Sandra in this class?
She was in our last class. So
yesterday's class.
So I don't know.
I didn't get her on a register. I don't have somebody in the room here face to face with me. You're the only ones who are accompanying me in this class. Let's look at.
Apparently, she's already taken the course. I asked when I didn't see her name on the original email.
Okay. So we're okay so far. Let's look at the feedback that was given at the end of this course, at the end of the unit here on the activity. On objective 1, that it was suitable for an objective 1, which was draw. This was the prescription that was there, right? Our discussion was different. We're just checking what was written here in the reader, which was the one that said draw large, clearly labeled diagrams of at least 3 types of leaves from different aquatic plants. Could be suitable for grades 1, 4, and 8. Concrete activities are welcome at all grade levels. More inferring and analyzing are recommended for higher grades. Objective 2, the one that says calculate the magnification of all the biological specimens drawn. Objective 2 would be more suitable for grade 8 students than those of grade 1 and 4. At grade 7 to 11, and this should be age 7 to 11. Grade 7 to 11, grade 4 learners. Learners are expected to have the ability to form relationships. However, it is later before their level of reasoning is expected to increase. Objective 3 would be likely to be suitable for grade 8 rather than for grades 1 and 4 learners. Understanding the particular nature of matter requires abstract reasoning, which according to Piaget develops later. And you would be able to go through for yourself what is there. There was, I think Ava said that she wanted to ask something while I go back to the.
Yeah, if we can go back to the reader where they have the milk displayed.
Okay, you wanted to talk about conservation there. I stopped the share. Need to go back to the reader. I stopped share, so I need to go back to Zoom. Where is the reader? Okay. You want to go here? Here? Are you seeing the reader?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Okay. I explain conservation differently from what is written here. Yes, I know. The same amount you want. Let's read this one. Ask your question. Ask your question, Ashley. Ava, sorry. Ask your question.
It's just it's just some notes under the glasses. Can you just bring it up on the screen to me to read to see? Yes, let's stop right there. It's saying conservation refers to the idea that the amount remains the same, even though appearance of the substance. And then I see they have remained the same. I think that's supposed to be, even though it changes.
It's right. A child, read from the top. Example 1, conservation. The same, okay, let's take it from the characteristics of learners indicate that they progress in their ability to do complex mental operations. Let's take it from underneath the activity there. Let's read from there. In table 2, note the 4 stages of cognitive development, their important characteristics and implications for teaching and learning. These characteristics must be taken into consideration as instructions are developed for science and other subject areas. The characteristics of learners indicate that they progress in their ability to do complex mental operations. Note that there is a greater need for using concrete experiences in teaching younger learners. Learning tasks would therefore be expected to graduate from simple to complex, concrete to abstract, and using lower order thinking to requiring higher order thinking skills. Complex tasks here would require the manipulation of variables, such as required for conducting experiments. Note at what points conservation, permanence, and so on are applicable. And these are the examples of the concepts, the complex tasks. Conservation, first example. The same amount of milk was placed into 3 glasses of different shapes, as shown in figure 1. This is figure 1. Milk glasses. Now, this is a flute, like a tall glass. A is a flute, like, right? Same volume of milk. As in B, which is more like a wider vessel glass, but the same amount of milk, but the volume of milk is higher up in the glass, in it, and C, it is lower down in the glass, same amount of milk. The child selected A, thinking that this glass has the most milk.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is that the statement that's in the reader doesn't say that, because you have the volume appearance, it changed, but this one says that it remains the same, so it's different. And even when you read the explanation, it doesn't conform with what's in the reader. It says it remains the same even though the appearance of the substance would have changed, but it states that it remains the same.
Look
Then
here,
you would have
the appearance, what appears to the child. What appears to the child is that the amount of it. All right. The volume remains the same. The amount of it remains the same, even though the appearance, the shape of it, the length of the substance remains the same. The height of this, the appearance of it, the same. Read the sentence again. Conservation refers to the idea that the amount remains the same even though appearance of the substance and or number of pieces remain the same.
That's not what I got. That's not what I got at all. And I think even sorry about that. When I checked the definition also for conservation, and you did explain it yesterday.
Change.
The appearance.
Let me check another text that I have here, and just let me check another psychology text that I have here just to make sure. That might be, I didn't write that reader, so I'll check just to make sure, just to double check.
And I remember you had some tools.
It should be change in appearance.
Yes.
It should be change in appearance. According to this psychology, educational psychology text I have, conservation is the idea that some characteristic of an object stays the same. No, let me read what I have here from this educational psychology text, please. The idea that some characteristic of an object stays the same even though the object might change in appearance. A cognitive ability that develops in the concrete operational stage. Okay? So, whatever you do, let's take the definition from the source of the psychology and write the idea, and I think I have the correct, I have the right definition on my PowerPoint. The idea that some characteristic of an object stays the same even though the object might change in appearance. Wasn't that what I told you?
This is what I said at the beginning. I confirmed with you. I said, yes, you told us the correct thing. But when I read in the reader, it went against what you said, which was correct. And when I researched it, it said exactly what you were saying, that the appearance changed. But this is stated that the appearance remained the same. So it's just a difference in terms. When you read it, it's not what you said yesterday, and it's not what the book is saying, and not what I researched. Because he has the first part correct, but just that the appearance would change. That's why the child chose to take the A, because it appears different.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out, and I'll make note of this in the reader.
You're
Thanks for
welcome.
being that observant. And as we read through a new note, if any other person notes anything here, I'll take it up with Professor Shoibo. But for sure, when I read it, it never clicked that. It never made a difference to me. That it was saying conservation refers to the idea that amount remains the same even though appearance of the substance. I don't know where Egen and Kopchak that reference there. So I need to look at what's happening here. Thanks very much.
Maybe it's just a typo, as you pointed out a typo earlier in our discussion of the objectives in activity 2.
Yes. Yes.
It's probably just a typo.
Yeah, it might be. It's just a typo. And very much, thank you very much for being this meticulous and observant. We're only human here. Let me go back to the PowerPoint and see where is this PowerPoint now? So I would think from your observation that you understand the conservation task. Let me see.
Yes, I think so.
And read more. Conservation of liquid volume. There could be conservation of a substance like clay, like you show a child 2 balls of modeling clay of the same size and asks if it contains the same amount of clay. You roll one out and have one flat. That could help if you want the child to know that if the child can go through conservation. As I was explaining yesterday about if you give a child half a dumpling, which is the same size as a whole dumpling. You know, half a dough, the same size as a whole dumpling. You remember that example?
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
Just like the plate of food for a man.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to use that one, but yeah.
I know somebody, Linton, would remember that one. Instead of chucking up all of the food on one big plate. All right. You get it. Let him think he's getting a lot of food. Okay. Get an example of serial ordering. Seriation. I think I gave you the one for seriation during the lecture. So to finish up, let's go through teaching strategies. Just a summary of the teaching strategies for each of these stages. Let me, before we go for lunch. Where are you? Are you seeing the screen?
No.
So something went wrong. I need to see. Oh, I didn't say share. Share screen. I need to find the PowerPoint. Are you seeing the screen now? Are you seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. And F5. So, just to summarize, let's look at some teaching strategies for a pre-operational stage. Have children manipulate groups of objects. Involve children in social interactions to reduce egocentrism. Ask children to make comparisons. So we'd expect your objectives to start with compare, you know. Give children experience in ordering operations. So let them order objects into from small to large, or from smallest, or something like that. Have children draw scenes. Have children draw scenes with perspectives. Construct inclined plane or hill. That would be an example that we could use in physics class or in a science class too, integrated science. Construct inclined plane or hill. Let children roll marbles of different sizes down the hill to compare how quickly the different size marbles will reach the bottom. Ask children to justify their answers when they draw conclusions. Ask them why they think a glass holds more liquid or a whole dumpling is bigger than a cut piece. That could be an example. Some teaching strategies for concrete operational stage. Encourage students to discover concepts and principles. Ask them relevant questions about what is being studied to help them focus on some aspects of their learning. Refrain from telling them the answers to their questions outright. Try to get them to reach the answers through their own thinking. Involve them in operational tasks like adding, subtracting, seriating, reversing. Use concrete materials for these tasks and then introduce math symbols. And in the same way, introduce the science symbols. Introduce the symbols for the symbols and formulas for equations and for atoms and so on. Plan activities in which students practice the concept of ascending and descending classification hierarchies. Include the activities that require conservation of area, weight, and displaced volume. Create activities in which children order and reverse order. Those activities are appropriate for concrete operational stage. Also, for concrete operational stage, continue to ask students to justify their answers when they solve problems. Help them to check the validity and accuracy of their conclusions. Encourage children to work in groups and exchange thoughts with each other. So we can put in the group work at the concrete operational stage. Make sure that the materials in the classroom are rich enough to stimulate students' questions. When trying to teach anything complex, create props and visual aids that can help them to imagine and to grasp the concepts. Encourage students to manipulate and experiment in science. Use concrete materials in mathematics. Create and act out in language arts and discuss their perspectives with each other, and take field trips in social studies and in science in the concrete operational stage. For formal operational stage, realize that many adolescents are not full-fledged formal operational thinkers as yet. So mix the strategies for teaching. Propose a problem and invite students to form hypotheses about how to solve it. Present a problem and suggest several ways it might be approached. Select a particular problem that is familiar to the class and ask questions related to it. Ask students to discuss their prior conclusions. Develop projects and investigations for students to carry out. Periodically check on them to see how far they have reached with data collection and what they are interpreting so far. Encourage students to create hierarchical outlines when you ask them to write papers. Let them organize their writing in terms of general points and specific points, and encourage them to use metaphors. Right? Recognize that adolescents are more likely to use formal operational thinking in the areas where they have most expertise and experience. And because Piaget is more concerned about children learning and how children construct knowledge, remember we're looking at children here now. So applying Piaget's theory for children education, we need to take a constructivist approach to teaching and learning. So take a constructivist approach. Facilitate rather than direct learning. Consider the child's knowledge and level of thinking. Use ongoing assessment. Promote the student's intellectual health. Turn the classroom into a setting of exploration and discovery. Reflect on your own practice. Think about what you did when you taught the lesson. Think about how the students felt, what was going on in the class, etc. Foster a climate of openness. Let the students talk to you, give you feedback, etc. Encourage student interaction and cooperation. Demonstrate attitude of acceptance. Encourage students to gather and organize information. Provide visual clues to develop cognitive strategies. I think that's an error in spelling there. Develop cognitive strategies by using appropriate aids, models, pictures, and materials. Make connections to past concepts and applications so that they will be able to accommodate and assimilate knowledge. Elicit oral and written verbalization of students' reasoning by posing if, when, and if then, what if, and why do you think so questions. Pose questions at different levels of Bloom's taxonomy. I'm sure you have gone through that several times in other courses. Pay attention to gender bias. Please be aware of this gender bias, things that you do for different roles for male versus female in your class. Please be aware of it, ladies and gentlemen. Disabled versus challenged, the use of their terms in class, autistic children, gifted. Please be aware of those things in your class for when you're teaching children. Encourage students to reflect on their own work and reflect on how you treat them in your class. Encourage them to write about their experiences and journal and reflect on what happened in the class. Promote silent reflection. Promote quiet time in your class and promote them to write in their journal. Give appropriate wait time when you ask questions and allow them to reflect on what was taught. Withhold correct response sometimes during the class to consider alternative viewpoints. Even when the answer was given, the correct response was given, allow time for students to share other viewpoints. Request more answers even if you have heard the correct answer, so that other students will feel comfortable sharing their viewpoints with others. Use a variety of teaching modalities simultaneously, not just one way of teaching at the same time. Encourage equity and fairness in the class. Let other students feel that they are able to share their ideas and be comfortable sharing them and will be respected for their ideas and respect and value their opinion. Not that only some people can talk, right? And so that children will show care for others while you are teaching them. Encourage equity and fairness. Use gender fair language. Have high expectations for your students. And that E jumped off and went on to the F. Sorry. Encourage females to carry out traditional. I don't know what happened here in this sentence. Encourage females to carry out traditional male roles. That's what that should read. Encourage females to carry out traditional male roles. As teachers, there are some things that so when we socialize the children in class, the social emotional intelligence, this is where we teach them. We tend to tell the girls to do the writing in the group and tell the males to be the leader. And we should not foster those kinds of gender roles in the group. We should be aware of how we stereotype groups. And there's one lecture that will be done, talk about how social setting influences cognition. Okay? Uh, that's it for now. This is half an hour before lunchtime. No, any questions here? Feedback before we take the break? Questions, ladies and gentlemen? Hello? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just
Hello.
thinking.
We're here, just no questions.
Samuel Dominica.
Yes, Sam.
So, according to PHAs, he didn't cater for children between 15 and 18 still in secondary school, or we can just assume and put them between the former operational category. Children between 15 and 18 that's still in high school.
Yeah, he
Should we
just put
put
them
them in
above
it?
there. He just put them
Okay.
up there.
Okay.
He just put them at formal operational stage. There are people who poke in his argument, say that their children overlap, and individuals who overlap or don't go through these stages like that. Vanessa doesn't want any questions. Hungry bites. Okay, let's take the break. Half hour lunch break.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi. Hello, are you guys back? Could you note on the screen? Are you seeing the screen?
Yes, we can.
Could you note your name beside a task there?
Yes.
You are going to comment on the cognitive level of each of these activities, and I am going to ask you to look at each of those so that we can go through quickly. Let me see how quickly we can do this. And each of you has one task there. I hope I assigned each person to a activity, and try to think of which concept or which topic. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. Who is that over Ava?
You make a wild guess.
Okay. Okay, I will. All right. Ava, you're in St. Lucia, you said?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I have a past student, with what, Judy in St. Lucia, I think.
Judy,
Yeah,
what's her last name?
I think it's Coffee.
Judy Coffee. Oh,
Mhm.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, in St. Lucia. I taught her the same course in 2008.
Okay.
You can tell me if you are ready before the time, because I wanted to start Bruno today before we left, and then before we just summarize and you tell me quickly what you learned this week in a minute, and you have this weekend to read through your reader, explore your reader, and you have the assignment to do that is there already on your page, where you have those 3 scans. Tracy, you see yours? You're finished already?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ava, you're finished?
Not quite, but we can go ahead.
Samuel?
Yes.
Okay. Jason, you're ready?
Yes.
Okay. Ashley, you're ready?
Yes.
Okay. Linton?
Yes.
And Vanessa? Raise your hand if you're ready. Vanessa? All right. Let's start with Jason. Name you see that one. Name 3 animals with feathers and 3 animals with fur. I want you to do it. Let me see if you can do it. You can do that, Jason?
I think so.
Name 3 animals with feathers and 3 animals with fur. And then you tell me what the cognitive level of this activity is.
Okay. 3 animals with feathers would be a chicken, a turkey, and a penguin. 3 animals with fur would be...
A penguin has feathers?
Yeah.
I think isn't a penguin a mammal?
No, penguin's a bird.
Oh, okay.
Does a penguin have, which penguin has feathers?
All of them.
What are you calling a penguin?
A penguin, like the birds that live in the Antarctic, or the ones that live in South Africa. Swimming, they swim, they don't fly, but they have feathers. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they have feathers.
I think you're wrong.
I can give another example. Okay, a bluebird then.
Huh. No, that one caught me unawares. I think it has wings, but no feathers.
No, it's got feathers. Anyway.
I just Googled it, but penguins have feathers. You're right.
Yeah.
According to Google.
All right. All right.
Okay, so then 3 animals with fur, a cat, a dog, and a monkey. And so that would be, I think the lowest level that could handle the activity would be the pre-operational, the first level that would be able to handle that, because that involves grouping things according to characteristics.
Mm-hmm. It looks
So
like,
it is
I have a problem. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm laughing at myself here, guys.
That's okay.
Yes, you're correct here. This is grouping things according to their
Characteristics. Yeah.
Yes, classifying objects. And if you don't agree or you want to say something, you can raise your hand, okay, and say something here. Okay. All right. Are we ready? Are you ready, Samuel?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Given a picture with dots outline the shape of the organism and state its name. I guess you can't do this, but you understand what this activity is, you know, like you have those picture books and...
Yes. So what comes, I think operational level, cognitive level can deal with that, because most children between 2 and 7, they know shapes, and they also, when they see picture, they can also name it.
Just, I'm distracted a bit by something Vanessa just put in the chat.
Yeah, she was just saying that she didn't respond because she was busy attending to her family.
Is this a joke?
It's reality, but she made light of the situation.
I am really sorry to hear. And
I don't think she's serious about. She's not serious about like her husband really trying to drown her son, but maybe they got a little rough on the beach and.
She's allowed to leave the class. She's allowed to go and to attend to her family. I think
she just sent a message. She said that the son fell in the water and they're all sorted now.
But could she just take a break? And I think the recording of the lecture is available to her afterwards. I'm really sorry.
She says that he's calmed down, so I guess she's all together now.
Okay. All right. So we'll all discuss number 5, which belongs to Vanessa, if Vanessa is unable to join us. Okay. And it can be sorted out. I wasn't listening attentively to what Samuel was saying, so could you repeat, Samuel? Thank you.
I said,
Thanks, Ashley.
I said, being given a picture with a dot and to outline the shape of the organism and its name. I said, children between 2 to 7, that is pre-operational level, can deal with that, because most children at that age, when they see shape, they can recognize the shape, and when they see animals, they know they should be able to say its name.
Okay.
So pre-operational cognitive level or stage.
Yes, so you would give them this. And you think these would be appropriate so far, science activities? I'm just asking.
Yes, because they know shape, and when they see picture, they can tell the name.
Right.
Of if they know the organism, they can tell the name at that age.
Right. I'm trying to get you to use terms that we would use in stating the objectives in science, like identify the organism and state the name based on the characteristic. Okay. I know you are a chemistry person, but I deliberately put you on to something biological because you need to appreciate other aspects of science.
Thank you.
All right. 3. After a discussion about the body parts of birds and how these are related to what birds eat, students are shown pictures of birds and asked to suggest the type of food each bird would eat. Ashley, it's your turn.
Yes, I said that I believe that the cognitive development stage that would be suitable for this activity would be concrete operational.
That would be
concrete operational primary, because in the implications for teaching and learning science, it goes into a description of being able to analyze, develop. They're starting to develop skills of analyzing
and reasoning.
So that's why I said they'd probably start, depending on how complex the discussion was but yeah, in the primary school system, they should be able to start identifying and relating, like on the table 2 in our personal readings, it says that they're going to start comparing masses of objects, of different objects and volumes of liquids. So maybe they're going to be using that skill to relate to the activity and the discussion and what birds eat in comparison to their the sizes of their body parts.
Which size of the bird body part would relate to what birds eat?
If there's a picture of a whole pile of fish and it's a tiny little bird, then their stomach is not going to be able to facilitate the digestion of that all at once.
No.
But then if there's a big bird, a huge bird, no? Oh, you're disagreeing?
Yes, I'm disagreeing with the relationship that you are making. with the part of
After
the bird,
discussion about the body
the
parts of birds
and how
and
these
how
are
these are related
to what
to what birds eat.
eat, students are shown pictures of birds and asked to suggest the type of food each bird would eat.
Okay, type. Okay, type, not amount. Okay, fair.
Right?
Okay, fair. Let
So,
me see.
which part of the bird would determine or would suggest what type of food a bird eats?
The mouth.
Right. Very good. The mouth. So, what would you are right on track when you talk about the relationship. So the child would be able to show relationships and transfer knowledge about relationship. You are going fine there. Where you get off track is where you talk about the size of the stomach. Now you're back on track when you say mouth. Now the shape of the mouth, what you call the mouth of a bird, the body part of a bird, the mouth
beak.
part, the beak or the bill. Okay. Now the type of bill they shown after the discussion. So when the lesson we had this morning, we talk about assimilation of knowledge and accommodation, and now transfer of knowledge. So with transitivity, right? And how we are going to use the experience, so the schema, and we're going to build on that knowledge now. So then in the discussion on about the body parts of birds, how these are related to what birds eat, they may have been exposed to the bill of the bird being shaped a particular way for birds to be able to crack a seed. It would be a bill that is structured so that the bird can pick up a seed and crack a nut. That bird would eat a particular nut.
Right. Or scoop up something
Right.
with the.
Right. So the duck, for example, would have a shovel mouth to scoop up organisms from inside of the water, compared to a bird that eats nuts from off a hazelnut tree, right? So the students being able to look at the pictures showing the mouths of birds, ask to suggest the type of food that each bird would eat. What level of cognitive development would those students be at after a discussion about the body parts of birds?
I still believe that the developing attitude of critical thinking in the concrete operational would support their abilities to identify.
So you think
once they understand, they're similar. What is it? Symbolizing?
Seriation.
Seriation.
Ordering stimuli. You want seriation?
The assimilation of information that they may have already known with the. I have to review those terms so that I can memorize them.
Able to analyze and reason logically. They are a little bit above the concrete operational stage. But I
you think
agree.
So?
They're a little bit above.
I mean, from what they're saying, in the table 2, it's saying that the children in the concrete operational will be able to describe parts of things. They're able to observe, skills of observing, skills of developing, skills of analyzing. So maybe yes, you're right. Maybe like some of the higher developed age bracket of 7 to 11 in the concrete operational will be able to
Yes.
grasp these concepts more easily than others. But definitely, you're right. In the formal operation, well, I shouldn't say you're right, but yes, I agree. In the formal operational section, yes, all of the students should be able to grasp this.
Not necessarily all, but some. So
Oh,
I think at 3.
the average. The average.
Yes, I think to show to have the ability to show relationships and suggest. Suggest, you see that verb suggest, and to be able to suggest and make the connection between relationships, it is at the higher level of the cognitive demand. So it's a formal operational thinking start taking place. I think it is at formal level of development. We might have different views, but I'll take your reasoning for that. Okay?
Okay.
Does anybody else want to share or disagree with me on this one? We continue. No, time is going. Linton.
Yes.
When asked how they think water gets from the ground to the tops of plants, the children say that the water must creep up the middle of the stem.
Interesting. Okay, so you want me to explain the situation first, or
if you want, if you wish, and then tell me what the level of thinking. What really would you tell the students? So, what level of thinking you think they are at?
okay, I believe it's concrete operational, and it will be like primary. All right, because in that, the fact that the child is aware that water comes from the ground and it passes through the stem, especially using the word creep through the stem, simply means that the child already have inferences, already could decide, like developing skills of inferencing, like relating to the real process. So for me, it's like developing skill of analyzing, and also comparing, where we have I wrote it down. Yeah, developing skills of inferring.
Inferring. What is being inferred from there? The children say that the water must creep up the middle of the stem, but are they making a connection between what happens between the ground and the root before it reaches the stem? Do you notice there that they have not connected the idea of how the water actually travels from the ground to the root to reach the stem? They have a vague idea. They have an idea of how the water is in the plant. But how water got into the plant in the first place from the ground to reach the stem, those ideas are not connected. Recall earlier what we did. They have sentences, so they have ideas, but they are not well connected. They have not organized the knowledge. At what stage of development is that? The cognitive level of development. It's not organized, not properly sequenced. It just creep up the middle. So in the middle of nowhere. Continue, Linton.
Okay, so that's why I said it
You're
was
correct.
concrete.
It is concrete. They have to see it. They can't imagine it.
Right, and I'm also looking at the characteristics where it says for the ability to form relationships, consider rules and principles.
They're not forming a relationship, so they might not be at concrete.
Right.
Still at formal, still at pre-operational thinking.
Right.
Still at pre-operational thinking. not seeing the relationship between, they know that water is there and water goes creep up the plant, but they do not see the relationships. They are not in space relationship, not imagining how water moves up the plant as yet. They're thinking.
But I guess that would be accepted from like the grade 4, where the age of like 8 to 9, probably like just beginning primary school.
You would accept that explanation?
Yeah, from someone that just left infant school and going into primary school.
Okay. 6 years old to, that would be 6 years old to 7, and that would take
8
in
to
what?
9 years. 8 to 9 years.
And that would be the formal operational stage?
Well, I guess so.
Or concrete operational thinker? That would be the concrete operational thinker. Concrete operational stage. Okay. Anybody has anything to add? The children say, 5, the children say that people should throw trash on the park. This is Vanessa. We can look at this one. The children say that people should throw trash on the park grounds because the park becomes dirty and other people want to use it. This one does not take only cognitive development, but socio-emotional intelligence here. I'm not clear on what the sentence is saying. People should throw trash on the park grounds, or should not, or should throw trash in the bin on park grounds. The children say that people should throw trash on the park grounds because the park becomes dirty and other people want to use it.
I think it's probably supposed to say should not throw.
It should be should not throw. I made an error in typing. I typed this during the break. I think it should be should not throw. Should not throw, Vanessa. This does not only take in cognitive level of development, but some socio-emotional intelligence too. They're extending the thought because the word because, to be aware of the needs and desires of other people, showing care for others, she's saying, showing care and valuing other people. Concrete operational. I would say formal operational stage, because they are appreciating cause and effect. Because if the park is dirty, other people will not get to use it. Does anybody else disagree with me? It's more than concrete. They are appreciating cause and effect relationship, knowing that you should not litter. And this is showing an interrelationship between what they know cognitively, the knowledge, and their emotion. So they are at a higher level.
I don't know if I agree with you, Doctor, because my nephew, who's 3 years old, knows to tidy up his toys, or else his nana is going to trip on them, and that's going to hurt his nana. Or, you know, he'll say, "Oh, that's dirty. I don't like it." Like, you know what I mean?
So it is dirty and he doesn't like it.
That's pre-operational.
No, it's
age.
not in one category.
That's a pre-operational age.
No, that is operating more than one stage. It doesn't mean that he isn't socio-emotional aware. It's more than one stage. And that is why we say that Piaget putting the children in only 4 categories and distinct categories can be, we can poke holes into his theory, into his postulates, say that a child can operate in more than one stage at a given time, and not only one stage. Because to have socio-emotional awareness and socio-emotional intelligence puts you at a higher level of development than somebody who doesn't have any. You can have people who just walk up and down and pick up the trash in the park, and they have no sense of duty. And you can have those who use the park for recreation and just litter and don't care for the others that will use it after them. These children say that they should not throw trash on the park grounds when they use it. Because if they dirty the park, other people will want to use it. So they are showing care for other people. They have knowledge that they should not litter so that other people, they can make the space clean for other people. So they are having awareness of the importance of not littering and taking care of their environment and showing care for others with the knowledge that they shouldn't litter. If your child at 4 years old know that, they are operating at formal operational stage of development. God knows it is very difficult to teach children to pick up after themselves because they cannot do more than one thing at a time. Not so easy to learn to do more than one thing at a time. Concentrate on doing it. They eat and they leave it same place. 6, Ava.
Yes. For me, that child is operating at pre-operational stage.
What age is that again? Pre-operational.
2 to 7.
2 to 7. Okay. A child observes that the outside of a cold soda bottle is moist and concludes that the soda is leaking through the glass. But the child does not see the color of soda on the outside of the glass, or the glass, or the amount of soda getting less. So yes, you are correct here. I'm sure you have heard some interesting answers about with that before. What is it, Jason? 7. A child puts a lit candle underneath an inverted glass jar and explained that it went out because there was no more oxygen left in the bottle. Tracy.
I said it was formal operational because they're able to interpret why it went out. So they would have had to have had previous information and then use that information. Like I said, formal.
Yes, it's formal operational, and even hypothesized too that oxygen is necessary to keep a candle lit. Some hypothesizing is going on there. Okay? That oxygen is necessary to keep the candle lit, or oxygen is in air, has to be present for a fire to remain. late. Okay. Now I want your reflection on that activity.
Could it be concrete operational?
Could it be?
Could it be concrete operational?
Why would you think that it is concrete operational?
Because they're developing the skill of analyzing and critical thinking and developing the skill of inferring.
Child inferring that there is no more oxygen left. But to be as precise as saying that there is no more oxygen left is to actually be at the stage where the answer is very accurate. It is precise. So that is why I would go with formal operation. If
To understand cause and effects, that's not what that is. That's cause and effect. Why did the cause is because there's no more oxygen. The effect was that the light went out. I don't know that.
No, but it is the answer. The response is so formal. The response is so accurate, precise. It is not like a response that is a guess in the ocean. If for example the child were to say, because there's no more air left in the bottle, I would say it is concrete, right? Because there would be air would make it seem as if the child does not know, is not being precise as to say what gas is present in the air that is responsible for keeping the candle lit. But to be as precise as to say oxygen, there's no more oxygen left in the bottle, would give an indication that the child is able to think about the property of this gas, oxygen, which causes which causes a fire to remain lit. Do you get what I'm saying there, Jason?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so it is more formal operational stage. Of development. All right, now we have 20 minutes to the end of the class. So I want you to think about what we have learned for the 2 sessions, and I'll need to go around the room and show you that. And we talk about, we reflect on the two classes that we have done so far. I would have wanted to go through or to start what's it now? Let me see. I want you for over the weekend to read. I think I uploaded Bruner's theory. Bruner's. So look in your course reader at Bruno and Ausubel and look at the assignment. I'm just look at here, Ausubel and Gain. Just read through quickly so that I can go quickly next week here. And so we can start concept learning and collateral learning quickly. I understand from Dr. Rainford that I don't have to do much on science curricula because there was a course on science on the curriculum there. And we started some constructivism here already. So I'll just browse through that. But what is most important for a psychology course is ensuring that we look at concept learning and how we identify misconceptions and all of that. So I want to make sure that I go into that with much emphasis and detail, so that by the time we finish this course, we would have done what is necessary.
I see the constructivism document under topic 2.
Yes, I opened it there because somebody was saying that they were not seeing the reader. I broke up the reader into pieces so that you can see the constructivism, the parts, so you have it available for reading. I hope
So everything that we need to read is in the course reader.
Yes.
For Monday.
Yeah, for the entire course too.
Because you're saying you were referring to something about Bell. I don't see any literature on Bell or Berner's theory learning. I guess that's all in the course reader.
For what?
I thought you just said something about Bell.
Bruner.
Bruner.
Oh, Berner.
Oh no, you're saying also Bell.
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the course reader.
Yes, it's in
okay.
There. And
the Bruner is in there too, but I think you're referring to this PowerPoint, right? Lesson 2 PowerPoint. It says Bruner's theory of learning.
3. I uploaded lesson 3 PowerPoint too. Also Bill, it's in there. It's on there. I'm trying to see if I can go on there. I just uploaded it during the break. You don't see it there?
No, I only see lesson 2, Bruner's theory of learning. I don't see lesson 3.
I added a resource PowerPoint. Look, it should be how do I find this now? It's on the page. Do I need to log in again? Are you seeing my screen? Are you guys seeing my screen?
No.
I stopped share, right? And you're not seeing my screen. I'm trying to find the I uploaded a PowerPoint. That's the reader.
When is this first assignment due?
Yes, what you said?
When is this first assignment due, assessment?
Okay, I want it to be due.
Individual assessment 1, students will be requested to discuss the main features of Pagut's stage theory that are relevant in the teaching and learning of science at the secondary level. Assess the
I'm listening.
And it says 20%. It says 20%, but no due date. So just wondering.
Don't. Just. I teach before I give assignment and test. Come, please. The assignment that you have is the one that has there's a discussion assignment that has 3. Remember, I put you onto 3 pictures that have 3 writings of children.
it's under the critical thinking levels of cognitive development. Is that correct?
Yes, levels of cognitive development. That one is due next week. Don't the assignments in the reader, that is the one that you're.
No, I was looking at the
course
outline.
No, the course outline is just generic for the course. I will give you, I'll have to put up the assignment on the course. I don't know if you understand. I'll have to put up the assignment when the course is, when it's ready. And I'm saying the assignment that is now up is the assignment.
That's worth 10%?
Yes, 10%. Okay.
Oh, 10%.
Yes, the one that has the three, I can't get on. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we see.
Okay. I uploaded this on the OUVRLE. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this lecture? With Bruno's theory of learning. I also answer that question.
Yes, it's up.
Right, I uploaded this. So we start with this, just 5 slides that are there. So the inquiry approach. We start with this next class. So just read through the reader and Isabel and Bruno. Just read through unit 1 and finish up the reading assignment. And I'll go through to the reader. Let me go to the reader now. Stop share. Go to the reader. Let me find the reader now. The reader and see what. All right. Not the reader. I need to go to the page. Are you seeing my screen? I need to go to the.
Yes.
You see my page?
Yes.
I need just a second. Let me get to the technician. Okay. Okay. This one? Yeah. Is this one? Hello? Are we here?
Yes, we're here.
Sorry about that. You see in the course reader? You see in the course or UVRly on the screen? Is everybody seeing the?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We see. Take the weekend and read this document, Appreciating Critical Thinking, for me. And lecture 1A, we went through that already. Lecture 1B, we've gone through that. Lecture 2, this is the one I'm talking about. That I just showed you how that one looked, and I saw Tracy say that it is there. And I just constructivism, please read through. So you have quite a number of reading assignment, but there is this assignment that is discussion that is on the page. It's already there. Where is it now? This one, critical thinking, levels of cognitive development. That you need to observe the patterns of writing and activities of the learners given and critically discuss the stages of development of the learner. Explain why each learner would need to be catered to differently and how to correct each with the requisite learning style. So we'll prepare something on learning style. So next week, it's in there, and we look at this. We look at these. You click on these and look at these, right? These three, 1, 2, 3, and you'll see them.
But so those 3 documents are each from a different learner? Because I looked at it, I thought it was all from the same learner.
Well, if you think so, then you can think so. But there are 3 different things, right? So
Are we to reply here in that part of RVLE? Reply?
yes,
Okay. And when is this due by?
next week. Next week.
Next week when?
Friday.
Okay. So we'll wait. I'll wait until we have more information before I analyze the situations.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do that. Okay. And since we only have 4 minutes, you have 1 minute each or less to tell me feedback. Tell me what your 1 minute on what you have learned this week. Let me
Can I ask a question before we get there?
Yes, please.
Are we going through learning styles next week, or is this from?
Yeah, we're going to go through for concept learning. I'm going to go through learning styles quickly next week and go through Bruno and cognitive development. Quick concept learning and collateral learning. Yes.
Ashley from Bermuda.
Yes.
One thing that I am particularly excited about so far in this course is my awareness on being able to maybe have a better understanding of where students are in their learning abilities, and I hope to one day be able to have my own family, so I'm excited that my studies here will help me when I'm ready to develop a family. I'm excited about this.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, Ashley, thanks for sharing. Next. There's another class waiting. So let's go this quickly. Sorry for hurrying you.
I just want to add what was said, that I think as a science teacher, especially when you're developing your activities, you must be aware of where the students are and not to have something way below the level or above, but enough to be challenging and to have them think critically at the same time. So it's really, really important to have that information without, pulling things out of the hat and you think the children should know. So when you know where they are, you know where to start from.
Okay.
Yes. Samuel Dominico.
Yes.
Yes.
Samuel.
Okay. This week I've learned about the 5 E's and the importance of putting it in a lesson plan. And also I'm also getting more insight about the cognitive level of my daughter. So I'll be able to know how to deal with her and understand her more, because I'm just new into the business.
Yes. Yes.
Keep her out of the bed, Samuel.
Okay. Yes.
Linton Ransanusha.
Yeah.
Yes, for this week, I've been scared to fall under the bracket of a poor science teacher, and I know what it's all about to be a poor science teacher. And I don't want to be that. And learning it from today's class, like actually learning how the children will learn at the different levels, I know for sure I will not reach in that level again.
Okay. Jason? Jason, quickly.
Yeah, I guess it's important to learn about students' developmental levels so you can teach them efficiently.
Okay. Tracy and Vanessa?
I like the 5 E's, learning about the 5 E's as well.
Okay. I'm going to have to take up those 5 E's next week with the learning styles. Hey. Vanessa? I don't think Vanessa can talk much. And 2 o'clock is on the dot. I didn't use my time very wisely today. It is interesting to see where my daughter falls on the spectrum. Very interesting, Vanessa. It has been very, very, very interesting and very welcoming of you students this week. I was very scared to teach using this Zoom until I met you. You have been very good students. I am happy to have you as students. I hope I get better at this next week, and I hope I teach you better. I was very nervous as hell until I met you all this week. You are very good students. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, good.
How do I have this meeting?